Hey, what is up? Forox here. So, welcome all. Hope you guys are good. We are playing Beacon Pines today. Now, Beacon Pines is a bit of a story game by the looks of it. It's on Xbox Game Pass. If you've got that, you can try it for free. And yeah, it's a bit different than what I'd usually do, but I thought, why not? I'll do a story game. It's be a bit cutesy, should be a bit scary. Hey Crystal, how you doing? This is Beacon Pines, and this is the starting screen, so let's get on into this.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book.
Just tell me if the sound of me and the game are there. If you can hear the talking. It does talk, so I don't have to read this.
Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told. In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself. It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special.
Oh.
Without you, there is no story.
Oh.
Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Luca. Hey Dad. How are things going? Today is my first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. I was 6 years old when you died. And it's been 6 years now. From here on out, you'll be gone longer than you were here. Ah. It feels like that should mean something. Mum always said that this tree was your favorite spot in the world. Me too. Hey Luca. I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Well, after I banged on your door till your gran answered, and after I checked the pond and climbed up to the treehouse, then I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes and the flowers on the grave.
Oh, yeah, right. You and your mum always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to keep doing it now that your mum's gone too. She's not gone. She's just missing. Sorry, I meant to say since she went missing. She's going to come back, Rollo. Of course she is. Okay, Dad. See you next time. Oh, bit of a sad start to the game. I think I'm ready to get out of here. Sure, lead the way. Hey, dandelions! Woo! Oh, Jesus, that's so cute. Damn it. Cuteness. Proceed.
wonderful. I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
That is so damn cute, though, the sneezing. That's so cool. Can I make him sneeze again? Oh, that's so freaking cute. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. The whole reason I was looking for you. I was wondering if you'd ever get to that. I found the perfect way to start our summer. How's that?
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Not here. They might be watching. They who? Shh, not so loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control. Alright, I just have to tell Gran and then I can head out. What are you going to tell her? I don't know, I think it's something. If it's all the same to you, I'll meet you at the welcome sign. Your Gran kind of wigs me out. I don't do well with new people. She moved in like half a year ago. Just meet me at the sign when you're done. See yourself, I won't be long. Tell Gran before heading out with Rolo. Let's see. Okay.
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house.
Yeah.
Just some dusty knickknacks.
It's so funny that the thing talks to you.
Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric.
So I guess we just gotta search everything, right?
One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
Ponder. Slides off. Man.
Gran had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation.
Okay. There's lots of things to check out.
Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet. Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
It's very cute. This must be Luca's room.
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Chill. I like it.
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
Anything else to see?
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
Yeah. It's on the back.
An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with the day of the week.
Being
A
organized.
pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Junk. Oh, we've got quite a few little badges now. Does that do anything? Is he going to do the dishes? Nope.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch.
Old hutch. Is that what you call them? Ah, that's beyond my time. Okay, it looks like I've checked everything here. Close the fridge. I wonder if I'd be a bad boy and open up this and open this and go out if I get in trouble. No, let's close this. And let's close this because, yeah. I think Luca's a good kid.
Luca knew that if he left without telling Gran, it would be trouble.
Oh, well, where's Gran? I haven't seen her. Is she out here?
Oh my, this is quite exciting. I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years. You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic. You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader. A sturdy old wheelbarrow. Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning terror. A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
Hey Gran, I'm gonna go hang with Rolo for the day. See you later. Hold up now. Where are you and Rolo headed exactly? Oh no, we're
The less
special.
Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
Ah. We were just gonna go heart for the day. Ponder, hide, chill. Ponder, we'll say chill.
We were just gonna go chill for the day. The best lies are built on truth.
You boys are always in a hurry to do nothing. We'll stick to what we're good at. I like it. Well, make sure that you're done chilling in time for supper.
Easy.
Yeah.
Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything.
Ah. So you have to scope out each
I
place.
think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
Ah.
The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point, which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches. Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things.
Oh. Okay. So we can try ponder.
We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
What are you boys gonna ponder on such a lovely day exactly?
This was Luca's chance to sell his alibi.
You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium, mostly medium
Nailed
pondering.
it.
Well, make sure you don't overburden yourself with a pre-pondering of pondering. Huh? Oh, forget it. Off with you now. Okay. So we can go B and go... We can go back and see what else we could say. Hide.
We were just gonna go hide for the day.
Hide?
Traditionally, when one is trying to hide something, they avoid literally using the word hide.
It's not like there's much else to do around here. Well, make sure you boys are done playing your little game in time for supper.
All's well that ends well.
Okay. So do we have to go back and choose the one that we wanted originally? So we're just going to go on chill for the day. We're going to do it back to chill.
We were just gonna go chill for the day.
And we'll continue on with that.
The best lies are built.
We can skip all this because we know.
Easy.
Cool. Okay, so you don't need to save and reload this game to see the different decisions. Oh, and Luca? You're in Rolo, stay out of trouble. I know. Get into trouble with Rolo. Oh, great. That's actually an objective. Oh, there you go. So you got to collect all the clues around the place to make a story. Let's go. Come on. Woo! He's off. Dang it, Rolo.
For a town that saw a few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
Really? It looks really run down. Ah, okay, he went that way.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
What about the stump? Nothing? Okay, I guess we go this way. You know the drill. Don't let anyone discover our secret path. Yeah, that's not obvious at all.
Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered. Until the foul harvest and his sudden death. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
The foul harvest. Interesting. Let's go check out what's here. Sorry, young Mr. Van Horn, can't talk now. I'm very busy with
Mayor
preparations.
Augustus Valentine was not busy.
Oh, sorry, Gus. How many times do I... It's Mayor
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Keep up the good work. I must briefly attend to concerned citizens. Huh? It's nothing, keep at it. Alright. What can the mayor of Beacon Pines do for you today? Oh. I was just saying hi, I guess. Wow. Good day to you, young Mr. Van Horn. Hey, Kerr. Hey there,
William
pal.
Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company. He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine fertilizer,
Yeah.
the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Excited for the big festival? Oh, sure. Oh, come on now. When was I your age? Oh, come on. When I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. The food, the music, the dancing. Sounds pretty alright. Yeah, gosh dang right it is. Now, looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Make sure you invite all of your little friends. I couldn't keep Rolo away if I tried. Excellent. Sorry, look, I gotta get back to the proverbial grindstone. A harvest awaits and all that. The left side's a little low. Okay. Can I talk to the guy hanging the sign? No. Old Picker's Pond. Do do do. He's just chilling. I like how his sleeve's too big. Oh, Rollo's waiting up at the treehouse. Okay, I can't go that way. Hello. Mr. Van Horn, do you have a moment? It's just Luca. Golly, I'm sorry. It's my first week as the perennial harvest.
He pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
Wonderful, it won't happen again. If we are going to be the first name basis, then you can call me Pete. Oh, nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, what are you writing? Oh, just documenting. Gosh, it's exciting to be part of something so darn special. You know, it's not just about the new fountains and phone booths. We're going to change the world, and it all starts here in Beacon Pines. Isn't that amazing? Uh-huh. Anyway, I better get... Oh, that reminds me. We'd love to hear your thoughts. My thoughts? You bet. If we're going to change this town, we need to get every detail right. That sounds intense. Changing the world is intense. So what do you say? Could you answer a few questions? Well, I guess if it's quick. Wonderful. Open answering a few quick questions. One down. See, that's not so hard, is it? Okay. We're going already. Question 2. What is something you love about Beacon Pines? I never really thought about it before. Perfect. Oh. It's the only place I've lived. See, that wasn't so
Pete
painful.
stopped scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Was it? I guess not. Huzzah! Our first 3 questions answered in record time. Are you literally writing down everything? Thank you so much for your time. I need to process these answers. We can save the rest of your thoughts for later. Okay. Now harvest awaits. Come on, Andy, grab his wallet. I'm sorry, Iggy, I can't. Do it or we pond ya. Yep. Yeah, but my mum said, yeah, but. If I had a nickel for every time I heard every yeah, but, I'd be freaking king of nickels. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. Okay. Hey, Mr. Sinclair.
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was, a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
You heard Mr. Sinclair? Bah! Don't you see I'm sleeping, boy? How's the napping today? Crummy as always. I used to have a perfectly nice view from here till the perennial harvest put that monstrosity of the building in the way. Why don't you just move your chair a bit? Why should I be the one that moves? If it's a showdown they want, it ain't gonna be one of... I ain't gonna be the one who blinks. Okay. Looks like we're done here. Okay, let's go. Mission control. Authorized personnel only. Yeah, that's a great way to hide your base. Hey, Jitson. Is the lion playing any tunes today? No bites this morning, I'm afraid. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last time I reeled one in. But hey, it was never about the catch. This is where I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me, if you ever want his chair back, I've taken to standing recently. Keeps me from falling asleep at the reel. If you don't mind, I think it should stay. Not at all. An empty chair makes for a great listener.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Oh, a memory.
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait.
Ticker or junk?
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
Give it a good cast now. Is there anything else I need to check out here? We're fishing. Yay, shoestring caught a boot. Where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift away. That's not fair. No, it's not. Well, wherever it is, I hope that the other boot is at least has a sock to keep it company.
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
Aha. Okay, we're gonna reel it in without breaking the rod. A ducky. Wow, I'll be switched. It's your old rubber duck. You were just a little drilling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you it'd turn up. Yeah, we'll try it again.
Luca gently baited. Good for skimming the surface.
So what happens if you break the line? You have to reel it a bit faster. Let's try again.
Luca gently baited. Good for skimming the...
It looks like you've got to catch an array of things, so let's just reel until it breaks and see what happens. Either there, buckaroo. You don't know your own strength. Okay.
Luca gently baited. Good for skimming the...
It looks like we've caught 2 items, but it looks like we're going to catch more. So we'll keep on fishing with feathers until we keep on catching the same thing, or I'll catch nothing. Catch the same thing. Oh, that looks like all you can catch. Okay, well there's no other options for us to fish with, just these 2. So we've done both.
Luca tied a... What fish could...
Okay, so do we leave because we've done that? So I guess we come back later and we might be able to fish different things.
The boys had a good thing going, as long as they kept old Jeff happy. They had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse.
Yeah. Okay, I investigated that. What's that?
After Luca's father had passed, Rollo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rollo's way of keeping him occupied.
So, was there anything else out here apart from the junk? No. Nothing else.
On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens. He always thinks it's aliens.
Ah. Oh, I'm up on the top.
Luca looked up at the satellite dish. Rollo nearly killed himself putting that up into the tree.
Pull.
While it didn't turn the radio into an interstellar communicator,
as he'd hoped. It did at least boost the signal enough to overhear truckers one town over.
Ah. Oh, wait, go back. Is that all that's out here? I think it might be all we need, though. What's this?
Luca's winter coat decommissioned for the summer. With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness.
Yeah, I want to go back to the fishing spot and see if we can use the pull action. Yeah, we can.
Luca tied a small magnet to the line, fishing with the law of attraction.
Cool, we can. Let's see what we get with a magnet. A key. Where do you think the lock is for this key? Now, why would we want to find that? Because then we would know the secret. Gah, that's no fun. The second we know what it unlocks, it becomes a boring old key. Right now, this key could unlock anything. Cool. Oh, cool. So you can go back. I like that. Okay, what now? Oh, what's on the top secret plan to start our summer? So you know the abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah. Well, it isn't abandoned. What makes you think that? Get this. Last night, it was glowing. Glowing? Are you sure? Kinda. That place has been empty since the foul harvest. Yeah. Who would even want to poke around in that place? We would, Rolo. We would. Wait. It's just busted old warehouse. I just mean we could do some research at the library. You want to actually go to the warehouse? What do you expect to find? Answers. My mum's out there somewhere. And if it seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rolo, if you don't want to. Luca, remember that time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop? And you jumped in and said it was your fault before my pa throttled me? This is kind of a farming chicken coop sort of deal. I've got your back. Thanks, Rolo. Now, what I think about poking around a decrepit fertilizer warehouse is exactly how I want to spend my first day of summer. Yeah. Did we check out these things? Yeah, we checked out everything. Okay. Let's go. Oh, I'm guessing it's down here. I'm just catching my breath a bit. Go on, I'll catch up. Okay. Well, we've got a few things to look around here. Last Chance Diner.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon.
Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's the day have in store for you? I was wondering if you heard about any news about news? The Beacon knows the news that needs knowing. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope. Oh. Rolo thought he saw some lights there last night. Rolo ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing. And the change is a dangerous animal. Change.
Luca could see the morning regulars nestled in their booths at the Early Bean.
Yeah. Coffee shop. Hey, Miss Nelson. Hey, Luca, any big plans for the summer? Not really. heard about anything about the old fertilizer warehouse? Any strange happenings? Can't say I have. Either way, a dusty old warehouse is no place for a young boy. You be safe now.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be distracted.
The two wandered down the wooded path, unaware of the danger ahead. Oh. Oh, this is getting good. Okie dokie. Luca. Just the fellow I was looking for. Hey, Roxy, what's up?
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point.
Uh-oh.
The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Have you seen my blockhead brother today? He skipped out before breakfast. Well, no, not really. I can't say I have. Can't say or won't say. Roxy, would I lie to you? Luca, wait up, I almost forgot to tell you. Roxy might be lurking around here. This is one of her favourite places to stand and be useless. Rolo? So we need to make sure she doesn't spot us. Rolo? Why are you doing that turning thing with your body? What? You're not scared, are you? She's harmless. And a chump. And she's right around that corner, isn't she? Gosh, that was fast. She got into trouble already. Hey, Farming, how you doing? Just playing a really cute story game so far. Hope you're doing well. Don't mind me over here lurking uselessly. Oh, hey, sis. Nice weather we're having, eh? I couldn't help but notice that you snuck out this morning before breakfast. Wasn't hungry. Also, I couldn't help notice that your morning chores were left unchored. Roxy, I'm gonna level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots. We all gotta pick up the slack since the foul harvest. Almost every carrot I dig is rotten. You good, thanks? Yeah, I'm doing good. Having a bit of fun on the stream with this story game. It's very cute and very interesting. Like it's meant to take like a special turn every now and then. We're about to encounter that, so yeah, it's good. Good day, I think. Back to the story. And the rest look like they were hit with Hank Atom's Shrinko Ray. All the more reason to keep on digging. There's gotta be more to life than puny carrots. Look, Roxy, Luca, and I have places to be, so if you don't mind. Oh, I do mind. I'm not gonna catch hell again because of you. So either you march yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I haul you home myself. Ah, dang.
Rolo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Come on, Roxy, it's the first day of summer. The sun's shining and we just want to take it easy. Let's leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. That's great and all, but Rolo's problems have a way of becoming my problems. And Pa always says tomorrow's work is best left for yesterday. March, you big oaf. Oh, rats. I expect a full report about the Valentine place. Full report! Okay, investigate the Valentine warehouse alone. So Fitz, what are you up to this lovely day? Nope. Cool, cool, cool. So clearly she doesn't want to go with him. Nope. Okay, let's look around. Sharper Valentine, founder of Beacon Pines. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Indulgent. Hey, is that something we can use? Is that something we can use back in the story? Like if we go back... No, we just got chill. Okay. So as we find more of these badges, we can try a different thing. Anything up here? Oh, more stuff here. Hello. Hey Dawn, sorry to wake you. Yawn. No problem, it comes with the job.
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter.
See you farming. Have a good sleep.
At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
What's up? Rolly said he saw something strange going on at the warehouse. You know anything about that? You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now. So what's going on? Can't say quite yet. I still need to follow up on a few leads. Keep me in the loop, okay? Sure thing. Things seem to be quiet in town today. Yep, everyone is preparing for the festival. Should be back to normal tomorrow. Catch you then. Catch you then. And oh, Luca. I'm really sorry I haven't been able to find out anything about your mum yet. I'm grateful that you tried. I'm still keeping my ears up. Okay. Oh, that's nice of them to look up details about his mum. So I'm curious whether his mum left or whether she was taken. I guess Mr. Fartelli is getting ready for the festival. Okay, nothing else here. Anything on the magazines? Nope. Ah. So, is there anything up here? Oh, hello. Piper? Oh, hey Luca, what's up? You know it's summer break, right? Of course. And it's like the morning. Correct. And you're studying? Like they say, the early bird gets the proper education required for a successful and fulfilling career later in life. Hey, Zaro. Hey, Luca. Could you please tell this lazy butt to help out in the cafe? Lumi, Zaro would like you. Luca, let me give you a little gem of advice. You never do what you don't love. Then you'll never work a day in your life. Wow. Really setting in the kid up for success. It's true. If only we could all do something we, like, unfortunately. No touching. Cool. How fast? Smack! I wonder if I can go back to Roxy and do the smack. I don't think it will end well. Might make her cry. Hey Bert. Hey Luca. I'm doing some fact checking for the town history exhibit. Look kid, I'm just here to put up the lights. But did you know? When the town was founded there were only 7 citizens and they all worked for a mining company. And there was only one dirt road leading to town. And there's still only one road leading to town. Oh, right. Okay. Well, we got a new ability, Smack. I don't think it would be a very good idea to use that on the girl, though. Hey, Griffin. How's the ice cream gig going? Not great. It's still pretty cold out. And I'm in the business of selling cold. Sure, things will warm up soon. Mr. Tulliver's not at all at his grocery stand. He's prepping for the festival, I guess. Gotcha. Okay, only one place left to go. This way. Hey, Solomon. Apologies. No time for chit-chat. Okay. Looks like the library hasn't opened yet. I'll check back later. Luca, my boy. Hold up a tick. Oh, hey, Mr. Creed. I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of your grandmother's preserves. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, turns out. Hey, that's great, but I'm actually... I guess Juniper will have to have... Oh, what's he saying? I guess Juniper will just have to swing by with more of her lovely jam. Uh-huh. Well, don't let this old man slow you down. You just remind her that she still owes me that dance.
A promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
Oh, will do. She's a fine woman, that Juniper. Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess. A real fine woman. I gotta go. Sweeter than any jam on earth. Oh dear.
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
Oh, hey, Luca. Hey, Joey. How's the bug hunt going? Not great. Bugs have been shy this week. Bugs get shy? Oh, sure, bugs aren't that different from people. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. If you're going into Weep Woods, just be careful where you step. No bug crunching, got it.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange. Oh no, we haven't finished looking around the forest. Looky, nothing. Okay.
The path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Yeah. Okay, no turning back now. Caution, electrified fence. Is that sign
The
new?
fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Oh, so what would Rollo do if he was here?
Luca often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
He'd probably touch the fence to see if it works. I'm definitely not touching that thing. Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Okay, we're making a mess. What do we throw over here?
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained.
Ah. So I just need to throw stuff at the fence.
1 more to go.
Ah. I gotta throw stuff at the fence. Ah, I got it. Yeah.
The fence's buzzing gave way to silence.
Okay, moment of truth. Oh,
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
okay, so Rolo wasn't exaggerating for once. What's
There was
going
only
on
one
here?
way to find out.
Oh dear. Too bad Rolo's not here. I have no problem poking around in here. Well, we'll investigate everything, but I
The
don't...
hose emitted a subtle sound. It was actively draining some kind of liquid.
I didn't get to investigate backwards. Can I go back? I didn't get to go check this way.
The Valentine Mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally. After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
Can I go in? No. Okay. I had no idea about the electric fence, eh? That's so funny that I stumbled onto that. Okay, I think that's everything, right? Yeah, I think so. Well, only way is forward now. Let's go.
Luca
Lost.
thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better.
A zipper. A
The sound of footsteps grew louder.
Hello? Sugar. Really?
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light. This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself. But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this.
He died. God damn it.
There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy, but don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
Ah. Oh, there we go. We can use this again. It was to be a little shite.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
I love it. Make a break for it. What have you done? Did that little shite just kick me? Run all you want, little twerps. You're gonna come home eventually. Sorry. Oh, that is so funny. So bad, Rolly, you can get overexcited
Solomon Valentine,
sometimes.
current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
A town of complete utter fools. One wonders if it's worth taking anything here seriously. Either way, I'm really sorry. No matter how you are doing. Yes, with all that business about your mother and whatnot. Oh, I'm getting by. Still no word from her at all? No. That is truly a shame. Ah, shame. Your grandmother has taken residence to keep house? Yeah. And how's that going? We mostly stay out of each other's way. You make it sound like she's really home. It's not like that. She just has a lot to do. She's still settling in and trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Indeed. Well, count your blessings. It's better to have a caretaker who's really around, in lieu of one who tries to compensate by smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say it's best to rely on yourself. Family has a way of creating more problems than they solve.
Solomon trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Speak of the devil. Do not wander off like that. I'm much too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, Iris. I was just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You're a Valentine now. I want you to be present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of this town relies on its ability to remember our family's great past. Of course. Wow, he sounds like he's got a fun life. Do we need to talk to this guy again? Sigh. Boy, he's too much of his father in him. Oh, he didn't even talk to him. I win. Little help? I am the champion. We were racing. Did that road get longer? Like anything ever changes around here. It seems longer. You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. Not sure why it would take advice from second place. Has that sign always been there? Wait, what? Caution, electrified fence. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. How are we gonna get around the electric fence? Don't worry, I've got this. Of course. Why did you do that? Pa always says you can figure out the plan was when you're done. Great, now what? Well, I did my part. Establishing touching the fence is bad. I'm sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. Oh, we know what to do. Whoa, you're a genius. I think they did it. Luca, you've never failed to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out. Dang, Rollo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing the two of us ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Rumble. Did you feel that? What? The excitement in the air? You bet your butt I did. Check out this puddle. That's not normal. And this hose. Oh man, the door's locked. Try harder. No dice, I won't budge. Oh well. The dumpster's near, right? I bet you it's got stuff in it. I really can't see what's in here. Who did all of this? My nose is itching. I think it smells some treasure. Are you sure that isn't hazardous waste? Just help me get in. Rolo, it would be better to honor. It would be my honor to throw you in the trash. Oh dear. Come on, Lady Luck. So what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good itch of stagnant sludge. Your natural habitat. Wait, hold the phone. Hold two phones. Check out these bad boys. Ah, those are walkie-talkies. Just like Hank atomic communicators. Do these actually work? Ground command to Hank atomic. Hank, do you read me? This is Hank atomic. Ground command. You're coming in 5 by 5. How are you vitals reading out, Hank? You little stuff in here. Anyway, guys, I'm just gonna have a little cup of tea and things, so we're just gonna leave it here. It seems like a pretty cool story so far, but yeah, I'll be back in 5, so go grab a drink and we'll continue and investigate the warehouse. It's pretty cool. I'm loving this story. See you soon. Hey everyone, I'm back. How are we all feeling? What are you thinking about this story so far? I think it's quite interesting. I like that the story's got like a little narrative that comes in every now and again while you're playing, so you're not left with your own thoughts. And the narrator's quite good. Kind of reminds me of a storybook though. Okay, shall we continue on? We're now investigating the warehouse with Rolo rather than Solo. Okay, let's move on. Okay, it's getting a little stuffy in here. Requested assistance for evac. Help is on the way. Uh-oh. What was that? Someone's coming. Give me your hand. I'm trying my head to cover it in squish. Scoot over, I'm coming in. Uh-oh. Tell me you saw that? Dude, I don't know what I saw. He's coming back, get down. Is that a body?
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag.
Oh god. Tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat? When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper
Rolo
for
felt
clues.
around at the large sack which burdened them. He
Uh-huh.
snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
Some sort of bag of something. What's it
Rolo
say?
held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. That's a name tag. Who would throw a bag full of slimy old name tags? I think it's just one name tag in the bag full of something else. Okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm, this is no time to panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Rolo, calm down. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude, I'm not holding your hand. Quit messing around. What other slime cover hand would be in here? Ah! Dead body. I'm beginning to see the benefits of your run for our lives plan. Right. Cleverly established that I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Flamin' chicken coop. Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go, count to 100. If you hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Rolo, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. It's what I do. Well, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rolo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rolo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rolo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow. Chapter 3. Finding a Friend.
Well, they're not going to tell someone that they found a dead
The
body.
next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I'm finished sharing a mess of jam last night. So they'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So what did you and Rolo get up to yesterday? Nothing interesting. You found a dead body. Hello? Calm down. No, of course it was the right thing to do. Start gathering, folks. I'll be right there. Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Anything I want to tell you? Not really. We just sort of ran around a bit.
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
I have to go take care of something. You're to stay in the house for the day. Under no circumstances are you to leave. What? If I'm not back by dinner, there's stew in the icebox. But nothing. You're to stay here, understand? Yeah. Say it. I'll stay here until you get back. Good. Interesting. Oh, that was strange. Strange indeed. Okay. I was originally thinking the story was for kids, but I don't think it's for kids. I like it. Okay. So is there anything we can do upstairs?
An
then?
eerie electronic sound echoed from Luca's bedroom.
Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Rollo, is that you? Over? Strange.
Luca glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think. Should we answer the door? Oh, hey, Roxy. If this is about me accidentally kicking you yesterday, is Rollo here? No? Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rollo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rollo didn't come home last night. Oh, no. What? A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around the Weep Wood, and then it was late and we weren't home. Weep Wood? If he's alive, I am going to kill that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything that he said?
Luca's mouth felt dry.
We should probably tell somebody about the dead body. No, we were just messing around. Okay. I need to go let people know to check the woods. You just stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Rollo. Where are you? Oh no. So don't tell me that creepo got Rollo. It's not good. Oh, we got things to do, right? Hey Bird, have you seen Rollo? Nope. Though I've mostly been talking to the clipboards. They're setting up a lot of stuff for the festival. This one said he had to process some answers. I told him that was fine. Wait. Right here until he gets back. Okay. I wonder how long I have to stand here. Do I get a badge? No, no badge. Howdy, Luca. Hello again, Pete. I'm not Pete, you silly goose. It's Toby. You couldn't have fooled me. Hey, well, it's no problem though. The important thing is we'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. Here, all part of something special, Luca. And it all starts right here in Beacon Pines. I got
Toby looked up from the clipboard excitedly.
That's right. So how about you start by telling me... No, look, no offense, but I've got my own stuff to take care of. Oh, you joker. We're all part of this together. You'll let us know when you're free to answer a few questions. Oh, this looks a little different. Nope, I can't do anything. Can't go in there. We really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. If Roxy said she'll be here, then she'll be here. I just don't see why I'm standing around doing nothing and waiting for Roxy when I could be standing around doing nothing and getting paid for it. Come on, Lumi, Roxy needs our help. Yeah. Well, good intentions don't qualify as legal tender. My parents wouldn't listen. No offense, but isn't Rolo always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? Well, I need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check the weep wood. Our shift doesn't end for another couple of hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great, I guess. Right, Fitz, and I will check the weep wood. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of the weep wood. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out. Oh dear. What's this about a missing child? I must stress that the situation is completely under control. It all seems to be so terrible. And you're sure that there's nothing we can do to help? Nonsense. Young Mr. Cotter will turn up safe and sound, I am certain. You focus on settling in. I trust my sister has supplied you with suitable lodging? Oh yes, Miss Valentine has been more than accommodating. We were just telling our daughter, Beck, that... Now, where'd she run off to? Okay, this person still... His eyes went wide in disbelief. What do you mean, vanished? That's impossible. Oh my, my. He doesn't even see the danger he's in. Town hall. So where was the library now? Not there. Oh, we could ask these people about Rolo. It's laughable, really. Did you happen to see Rolo in there? No, just a shadow of my family. Clinging onto a town, clinging onto the past. Cling. Feel free to check for yourself, but don't expect your mind to be blown. Hey Griffin, has Rolo been here? Haven't seen him all day. I'm sure he'll show up safe and sound, and when he does, tell him there's a strawberry chocolate double scoop waiting for him on the house. He'll like that.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. a vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck, a scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Shopper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
Spoken like a true projector. That was unhelpful. Dang, we didn't get a badge from that. I was hoping we'd get a badge like informed or something. Now, where did we find the library? Oh, here it is. Oh, what's this?
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing. Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing.
Hey, Kato.
Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title. Introduction to Melitology.
Wow, what is melitology? Oh, hey, Luca, you snuck up on me. Good book? Dunno, just started
He
it.
gestured to the shelves.
I'm really running out of books I haven't read yet. So now it's on to the best wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know that around 70% of bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that there are 2 queens in a hive? They will fight to the death for supremacy. Fight. That's interesting, but have you seen Rolo around recently? Not since yesterday. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. If I see him, you'll be the first to know. Hey, Jace. Oh, hey, Luca. Did Rolo come by? No. I was actually surprised. He's usually here early on days when a new issue drops. Rolo's the biggest Hank Atomic fan I know. Beside myself, that is. Well, if he does swing by, tell him to meet me, you know, where. I don't know where. No, he knows where. Oh, roger that, Space Cadet.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one binding was clean enough to read. Cellular Biology and the Chemistry of Mitosis.
Boring.
Mycological Phosphorescence.
Yeah. More like complete loss of interest. Well, my complete loss of interest.
The entire top level of the library was devoted to comics, most of which were Hank Atomic and the myriad of lesser revered spin-offs.
Funny. New editions.
There were rarely any actual new editions, simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
You're not fooling anyone.
Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Yuck.
Sally Seashore's simple succulent sundries. Luca brushed off a smudge of dust. Or maybe it was flour. 30 recipes so easy you'll doubt it's even edible.
Succulent.
A peek behind the curtain. The methods and ruminations of Patrick C. Montesquieu, one of the greatest acting minds of our time, by Patrick C. Montesquieu.
That's really funny. So he wrote a book about himself, how awesome he is. Oof. What sort of monster puts candy behind a locked door? Oh yeah, Mr. Nuncreed works weird hours sometimes. Of course he does. How about you? When do I work? No, what's your name? Luca Van Horn. You're new here? Nope, not by choice.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way.
I'm looking for my friend Rolo. Did he come? He didn't come home last night. So he's missing? I guess so. Like missing? Does that sort of thing happen a lot around
Luca
here?
shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that sucks. Yeah, so you should probably get going. Or I should probably get going. Hey, wait up. What?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says Uncle Penny, the unlucky Penny. Unlucky? Yep, well, technically it landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Oh, that's kind of like me and Rolo. I guess Rolo is my unlucky penny. That settles it. A person should never be without the unlucky penny. Let's go find him. My name's Beck. Pleased to meet you, Beck. I suppose I could use some help. Try to keep up. Joey, have you seen Rolo around? No, sorry, Luca. I've had my eyes on the dirt looking for beetles. I can't seem to find any. He never came home last night. Do you think it's because it's been colder than normal? I don't see why that would have anything to do with Rolo. No, the beetles. Do you think the temperature confused their... what is that? Circadian rhythm or circadian... Oh, what the heck? Rhythm or something. I don't even know how to say that word, sorry. Who's to say? I'm no beetleologist. Just keep an eye out for him, would you? Of course.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange. Okay. Ah, locked up. Dang, they built it up the way. Is this a way to go? Oh, it is.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
Is this sort of thing normal around here? Because puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expected from this place. I have no idea what that stuff is. Well, the next obvious step is science. And what does science suggest? Poke it with a stick.
Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
What the? Cool.
As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay, so science tells us this gunk is weird as hell. Yeah, seems dangerous. Hey Tish, look what the cat dragged in. Yep. I don't have time for this right now, Iggy. Oh, don't say things like that. It hurts Tish's feelings. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. She looks fine to me. Why, hello. I don't think we have been properly introduced. Iggy is the name. This is my straight. Tish. Yep. You've probably heard of us. I can't say I have. I'll forgive you this once on account of you being new around here. Why would you hang out with this dud? Oh, he seems pretty alright. Iggy, why do you have to be so... you? Has he even told you that his parents skipped out on him? Shut up. It's true, they got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him. Iggy, I'm only going to say this one time. Don't talk about my family. Ha ha ha. Well, look who's grown a backbone now that a girl's around him. First his pops croaked, then his mum finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced.
Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city. But a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Well, time to bust out the... tickle or strange? I guess we'll just go with tickles.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey Tish, want to see something cool? Yep. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arm.
What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yep. Ha.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had enough.
What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry the interruption. I think you were just threatening us.
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have something weird to be. See you around, new
Iggy
kid.
kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Whoa. What a little creep. Beck, I think you got a little ooze in
Beck
your
shook
ear.
the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? Well, it depends. What are your feelings about having more mature, refined look? Oh, God.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her, but finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Oh, gosh. So, do we have a way to... do we have anything we can go back on? We've done all these. We've done all these. There's another option here.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
Alright, Luca, looks like you need a little mud bath. What's wrong with you, new kid? We're about to pound your friend.
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
It's weird when people don't talk. Yep. Something a weirdo. Hello? Are you some sort of kind of wacko? Makes sense. Wackadoos travel in packs.
At the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach.
Ah!
Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing...
You jerk, my clothes are ruined.
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Struggle. I don't feel so good. Ugh. I'm sorry, I just... oh, Yep. Ah. That was intense. Iggy, is it going to be alright? Nothing about this seems
The person
okay.
at the warehouse. This strange ooze and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
We have to find Rolo. You took the words out of my mouth. Okay. Okay, let's have a look around. Property of Valentine's Fertilization Company. Looks old. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. What in the dickens are you up to in this part of town? We're just helping look for Rolo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rolo showed up safe and sound a bit ago. Really? So where was he? That's funny, really. He just got a little turned around in the woods. They can be disorientating, you know. I'm starting to get that impression. Rolo's at his house now getting some well-deserved rest. Wow, that's a relief. You two shouldn't scurry along. You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on, Beck. Can't wait to introduce you to Rolo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you. She was? She was worried sick. You should march straight home. I guess. Beck, your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. I need to talk with Nellie about work
Beck
anyway.
glanced toward.
I guess all is well in the end, well. I'll introduce you to Rolo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay. Ah.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown.
Whoopsie.
Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits.
Was that
Luca
the
took a
same as
deep breath
before?
and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Okay, so it was... Let's just go back and have a look. So... Oh, look, we can go back to this one and do strange instead of change. And now we can... And we still haven't identified here, but I'm really curious about the strange one. Because we can always come back to these. This story was about struggle.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile. He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home.
Ah.
Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Ah, so this is continuing the story if he did it alone. This is so cool. Okay, we've already been through this. I'll set the jam by the front door. There's 2 badges to drop off. One for Mr. Tolliver and a bag, and the bag in wag. Oh, it's like completely different stories. But he obviously didn't tell his gran about the assailant trying to kidnap him. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed? He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much, yes. He seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. There are some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Make sure that Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on the top. Now off with you while the day's still young. Okay. Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very, very well. We can meet up tonight. Oh, this is a completely different story. Oh well, let's go do these jam deliveries. Okay, sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be so annoying. But good news is no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So what did you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened there. There was someone else there. Wait, who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens. No. Zombies? No. Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be? Rolo, I got to deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Oh, is it a whole thing? It sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we should talk about it. Shouldn't talk about it here. We'll meet at the treehouse tonight. I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of. Sorry. Meet me at mission control. Roger that, Space Cadet. Okay, so we're gonna go deliver these jams. Okay, so we're gonna find who we're delivering these to. So one should be the guy at the corner. She said to give the ones at the top to someone, right? Let's just have a look. So the Mr. Nuncreed should be last, apparently. And then Miss Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver. We'll just give it to this guy first and see what happens. Got some jams for you, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in.
Yeah, I suppose it is. So what do you want? So do you want jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy
Luca
today.
handed the jam to Mr. Nuncreed, and he nestled it with both hands.
Well, I'll just have to finish this batch off quicker than normal. You tell her to go ahead and get started on the next order. You got it. Okay, so who are the other people? I've already forgotten. There's so many people that you have to talk to. This fella?
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune. Had a way of making questions seem like demands.
What seems to be the
Mr.
problem?
Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yes, that's the news of the day. But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more so interested in the town's future, rather than anyone's family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, where when this goings on of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Well, things change, ma'am. And you know, change is dangerous. If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle of a permanent fixture of your anatomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. I don't think Mr. Wilder was one person I meant to deliver to, though. Okay, equal parts everywhere they went. Oh heavens, a burden to bear. Okay. Oh yes, this is one person, I think.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Gran had some jam I was supposed to give to
He
you.
leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yes, these ones on top. She wrote your
Mr.
name
Tolliver
on them.
leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes, the jam. Thank you so much for delivering this jam to me.
He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
Shall I put it on my store shelves post-haste? Okay, I should finish my deliveries, of course.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. This is really funny. Okay, so the next person is Mrs. Fratelli. Who was Mrs. Fratelli? I already forget. Do I need to talk to you two? How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, Bert, do you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. Wow, so annoying. Okay. Okay, we'll look up here and see. Nope. 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 Nothing here. Let's have a look around. Mrs. Fratelli. I could have sworn I remember that. Is this the way? No. This is not the way. Down here maybe? No. Must be. Must be further through the town then. Oh. You can tell those jerks, it doesn't matter how many boxes they pile up. I ain't moving. Wait, watch your step. Oh, sorry. There's a whole family of beetles here. They've gone missing. I thought they just sort of wandered around. Everyone has a home, Luca. Even
Luca
beetles.
checked the soles of his sandals.
I think we're okay. It's weird that they're gone. They went missing when the festival preparations began. You think the noise scared them away? Something like that. Just watch where you step, okay? Wow, that kid really loves his bugs. Can't go in here, no. We'll find Mrs. Fratelli soon. It isn't this lady, right? No. Can't go in the coffee shop. I've already checked south. Have I checked up here? Hey Dawn. Yawn. Hey Luca, what's up? Ah, they got the jam. They got you on jam delivery, huh? Yep. Have you seen the new kid around yet? New kid? Yeah, they came from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this, one of them is working for William Kerr and perennial harvest. The other is working for Eris Valentine, and the Valentine represents Beacon Pines past. Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as the town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversation. I can imagine. Oh, here we go. This will be it. Well, it isn't my favourite little jam runner. Hey, Mrs. Fratelli. Look
She
at you.
leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your gram not feeding you? She is. It's just... I understand. You know, I taught your mama to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute, running around your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart. What happened with Eleanor? Ah, we got a new one. I've got a feeling that she's out there somewhere yearning to be with you again. Oh, that's positive. Things in this world can keep a mother... Few things from this world can keep a mother from
Luca
her son.
shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see
Mrs.
here.
Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Looks like it's your last delivery. I'll hold on to the basket until next time I see Juniper. You tell your gran hello from me, Luca. Will do. Sweet. Ah, here we go.
Luca
Maybe there's
squinted
another
at the
memory.
faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Yay. So he looks... He's got a little apron on. That's cute. I'm ready to help, Mama. Alright, little buckaroo. It's up to us to feed those folks while Mrs. Fratelli is away. We've got to deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. Do you think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, Mama. Hiya, Roxy. You Luca? I'm helping. How hopeful your work ethic will rub... Wow. Hopefully your work ethic will rub off on Rolo. What can I get you? I'm not really feeling like a burger. How about a chicken sandwich with bacon on top? Coming right up. Okay, Matt, we might need to remember these orders. Chicken sandwich. She said a chicken sandwich with bacon on top. Was a chicken sandwich just chicken and bacon? Do we do this? Oh, whoops, nope. Oh, well. No, can we do it again? Okay, so she wants a chicken sandwich, which looks like chicken, with bacon on top. This should be it. Here you go. I call it the Love Me Tenders. Nice. Okay. Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? I'm just helping out. My father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says, children are to be sails pulling the family ever forward. That doesn't sound very fun. There's plenty of time for fun. For instance, Father and I always made time to have lunch together once a month.
Luca glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Oh. Should I come back? Oh no, it turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone. Oh. The silver lining is, without him around, I can have my usual. A nice stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. What's a cold cut? Does anyone know? What is a cold cut? Cold cut with chili. Is that lamb or is that a burger? What's a cold cut? That looks like ham and that looks like a burger. Cold cut. Can someone Google what a cold cut is? I have no idea what a cold cut is. It's got to be, it won't be chicken because that'll be a tender. It won't be candy. A cold cut. Well, that should be like a sloppy Joe, right? So there must be the ham. And with chili on top. This looks like chili, right? Chill. Well, let's see if it's right. Here you are. Cold cuts with steaming chilies on top. Oh yeah, I did get it right. It was the ham. Interesting. Why would they call the ham cold cuts? I call it the hot and cold. It's perfect, thank you. Okay. Gazooks, they've shrunk the wage staff.
Jeff slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pop doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that the fishing rod he ordered should be ready next week, will you? Lunch meat food. Ah, yes. Thanks, Ruby. Sure thing. I've been in the mood for something sweet. You got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth? A sweet burger? Yeah. And the top of it with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus? Heart wants what the heart wants. Okay. So candy. Nasty. With cactus. Wow, that seems really gross. Here's your order. I call it sweet and stabby. Ha! Now that's a burger with bite. Can we talk to anyone else? Well, that lady's always pregnant. Oh no, she's not pregnant in the other one, is she? So she has a baby carriage, so she already has a baby. And she's pregnant with another one, so in the city, in the future, she must just have... What happened to her other baby? So she's got two baby, but she's only got one baby in the future. Looks like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? I'll be right back. So that's all we can do in that. That's all we can do in that order, like in that menu. Because in the fishing memory, you can go back with different emotions, but I guess you can't in this one. So I guess that's it. If I could just be left alone, Mr. Young Van Horn. Oh, sure. Sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make an opening speech at the festival. Being a mayor and all, you know, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being a mayor or public speaking. Both, I suppose. I never really choose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family. Our legacy. Sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great. Ah, he's very nice. Hey you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think, just answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect, follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you you ask too many questions? Just try and keep up, okay? What just happened? I think we'll continue until we get to chapter 4. And then we'll probably have a look at other options. Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this, his favourite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, and what is your new little friend's
Beck
name?
locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn, nice to meet you. I'm Nelly, and this is Iona. We're Big's
Beck
parents.
gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh yeah, Big told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So both of you can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh darling, we never doubted you. It's just that for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nelly means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him and he said he would love to. It's just that... Wonderful. In this case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. Well, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome. I owe you one. My mums are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is a little cottage next to that big mansion place. Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by the big creepy gate. Don't be late. Okay, well, I'm back to square one on this whole friend grift. Great, see you there. Meet Beck at the big creepy gate. Nice. We can do. Good morning, Jeff. What's so good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me. Come on now, it's not all that bad. The festival's coming. The festival. Old man Valentine used to put on a cockamamie, what the hell, shindigs all the time. And when did that get us? Well, it's the perennial harvest putting on this one. And they're doing it for the whole town. As far as I can see, as the way I see it, is difference between the old Valentine company and this new perennial harvest
Jeff
outfit
dug through his pockets for a bit.
is the difference between this and an empty can of soup. And this brown banana. But they are both garbage. Exactly. Okay. So he's just trying to say, regardless of it, they're both garbage. Hey, Kato. Good afternoon, Luca. Can I help you find something? Maybe, maybe not. Try me. Well, there's been some weird stuff going on in the old Valentine warehouse. I can't say I know anything about old warehouse. But empty hives don't stay empty for long.
Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
The more I read about bees, the more similarities I see with people. If a hive collapses and fails, it doesn't stay empty for long. A new queen will set up shop and pretty quickly. So you're saying it would make sense for someone new to start using that warehouse? Nature adores a vacuum. Okay. Hey Jace. Oh, hey Luca. Have you seen this new issue of Hank Atomic? Not yet. No spoilers, please. It's awesome. It's a flashback. No spoilers, please. We get to see how mild-mannered Henry Adams becomes. Hank Atomic, man of space justice. Jace. No spoilers. Oh, sorry. My prisoners, you're going to love it. Alright, Jace. Catch you. Roger that, Space Cadet. Okay. Can't go in there. Nothing else to investigate here. The mansion should be this way. Meet Beck at the creepy big gate. So, all lives in the house. So, who lives in this house? Eris and Gus Valentine grew up in there. And Solomon moved in a few years back. The creepy kid in the vest? That sounds like the one. So, just 3 people live in that huge thing. I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. It's so empty and boring. Pretty much. What a waste. My mum says it used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the fell harvest. Okay, it's like the 5th time someone mentioned this fell harvest thing, and you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually you're going to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Off to dinner. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simple as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up the work. I think I can handle it.
Took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
We didn't meet our friend, did we? We were meant to go and meet our friend, I think. Whoopsie.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? I live with my grandma over the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where are your parents at? Beck, manners. It's all right. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. My mum's been missing for a few months now. Like missing.
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd have to put more effort into dinner.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favourite. I'm sorry. Are we just skipping the part where she said his mum was missing? Beck. I'm sorry, Luca. This move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So Beck said that you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Ow. I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her the newest lead researcher of deep engineering. She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy to get to make the difference in the world. Perennial harvest is the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nelly means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their jobs to allow a loved one to pursue their dream. You swore you didn't.
Beck slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey Luca, how about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rolo soon.
Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yes. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around
Luca
here.
wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you for the pizza. It was really good. See you at the festival, Beck. Wait up. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rolo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rolo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble or break. We'll start off with rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before the storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential.
Oh well. Care to really recalculate those odds? Hurry inside you two before you catch cold. Uh-oh. Well, now Rolo's by himself in the treehouse. Luca, Nelly will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest?
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is this? Gum.
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with the increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
Yeah, gross. It's
Beck
weird,
looked
I know.
down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Oh wow, Rolo and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mum and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. Seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So she does have time for me. She showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here it's all farm reports and static. Ah, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Pungent.
He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview condors. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was that from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me a going away cards. Some did flowers. When they were really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you moved a lot? Yeah. That's the thing with having a brilliant parents. There's always a better job somewhere else. Yeah, moving around with kids is hard. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you cared enough to keep them, is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Dang, didn't that hurt? I'll be honest, that hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you looked cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Rolo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it feel like your family doesn't care what you want? I didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? Kids feeling like they're a burden. That's such a sad thing, though. Kids shouldn't ever be exposed in a situation where it makes them feel like they're a burden on their parents. It's so sad. I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little: don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try and hold it in, you're gonna pop. So then what do? When you don't know what to do? Dad never got to that part. Something I've figured out on my own, though. You gotta do something anyway. Here. What are you doing? I don't know, something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. That things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate that I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mum? Why can't I just stay somewhere? Rah.
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just want to be a normal
Beck
kid.
brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
Aww. There. Wow, I actually feel a little better.
As it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. See you and Rolo at the festival. Sound good, Luca? Don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Chapter 5.
We have to go back to chapter 4
Friendly
on the other
feud.
stories.
The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone. Not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Cool. So now we can go back. We've made it pretty far through though. So this is like, I guess you got to find the best path. So we've definitely done this one here. We've done all three options. This one we've done two, and this one here we didn't continue on. But we can actually go and investigate if we did break. I'm curious to see what break was while we're here.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rollo I'd tell him about...
Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise him to tell him about what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, the kidnapping thing.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spike gate, looming mansion, rich, reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words. You took it in a nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. Uh-oh. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Hera's Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in its working order, of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. Now this is what I'm talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shush. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I am still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I have learned, it's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady, but that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family. What? That masked person is his grandmother?
A chill ran down Luca's spine, his vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
So is that why the Gran was suspiciously strange when Luca like hit her with something? Because remember when the masked figure tried to grab him, he struggled and he hit them with something, and that was his Gran. Gran gave the Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night. Very interesting.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my Gran. That was your Gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Let's just go to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Cool. Is it this way? No, it's this way. No, I thought it was north. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
We're just doing our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And why would you like my eternal soul? Would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Very strange. Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. Next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give him a good hard bob right in the kisser. Oh, Gran tells me just to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you'd better run along home now. It's too dark to be wandering around on your own. The music's very cool, by the way. Gosh, this lady's still reading the book at this time of night. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure intoned, you are prepared to live with the truth? Okay. What about you? Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the perennial harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. The customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. Sigh. I can't wait. Okay. Well, the treehouse should be up here, but we better talk to this
William
guy too.
Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all come together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yes, she's been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? No, oh no. That's not it at all. She's been very busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass on my thanks to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he
Kerr
was.
lopped his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival. All of this. There's going to be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? Well, you know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat seeds right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mayor Valentine. No, not creepy at all. Okay. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? Rolo, he's Rolo. Not particularly helpful. So I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy, he's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about time you tell me what this foul harvest thingy is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, a big deal fertilizer? It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Shaper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water or soil or air. Nobody knows. But all the crops died and everyone blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest, yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot on what happens. And no one knows why. Nope. I take it Rolo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn Initiative. Yep. The first thing they did was give our town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels one town over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going. Ah, here we go. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission
Rolo
Control.
waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah? While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test and filtration. Can't be too safe these days. Isn't that the Among Us alarm? He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Lavish. Do we have to hit this? And we have to hit this? Wow. That's so funny. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? That it was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust this new recruit? I vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in on the details about the Valentine's warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more like organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let me go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meet with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat
Rolo
suit.
let out a low whistle.
Oh yeah, like... like he's surprised. And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper Cladston meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your gran in the same suit talking to the heiress Valentine. Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of
Rollo
awesome.
and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so, you can logically conclude. I can imagine the look that they shot back. It would be like, right, really? Really? It would be a really look. And so, we can logically conclude that aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your gran, and she's tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there's no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my gran in the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mum went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I've seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are you sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying, it sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family, but you're right. Luca, your Gran is hiding something. Your pa always says folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my Gran is really hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? It's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. And we can start getting into the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count on me.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Okay, so I'm just thinking, if we go back here and we have a look at where we are. Where are we? Nope. The last decision we had was the weather, and there was the House of Horrors, which we've done now. Okay, so we either have these 4 stories or these 4. So we're currently down the break. So I guess we have to get to the next point before we go back and investigate more. But what we're going to do is we're going to go back and we're going to stay here. We'll finish off the break because the break should lead to more branches at one point. And then we can come back and do the rumble and finish that off. We've already done some of it. The strange and the tickle, we've tried those. They didn't seem good, but I didn't really continue after that. So before you go back and look at other points, I think it's good to get to another path. Because I think now that we go back to strange or tickle, we're going to have to read through all that story dialogue again. So as soon as one of these turning points happen, we can go back and have a look at the other turning points. But I don't think anything new has opened up down here. This one here looks like it looks like they have about 3 in total. Maybe. So we're going to have to, we'll stay on this line here. So just to be clear, this is break. We haven't met the next turning point yet. But we'll stay here and we'll work this out, but we'll just go on a little break. So yeah, I'll catch you back here shortly, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the story. Haven't put you to sleep. It's a bit peaceful and calm, but it is interesting. So yeah, we'll continue on shortly. Just let me know in the chat if you guys are still there, if you're enjoying the story. Because we are doing a first look, so whether we continue this series or depending on if you guys want to see more. Anyway, we'll be back after a break and do another hour, and then we'll call it a day. See you soon. Hope you guys are back from a little break. Managed to get a drink and things. So we're going to continue down the story path until we get to a turning point. But I feel like the best way to go with this game is just to finish each turning point as we get to it and then go backwards. Because it looks like there's a lot of different paths you can take. Rolo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this. It helps me think. You're going to need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack the case wide open. The coast is clear? Yep. Whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were a Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? In the garden. Or in the closet. Perhaps you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence. He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume that anything that is dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rolo. Drat. It may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luke, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah. The closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check up there first. No dice. It's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought? I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush. True. Anything else? Maybe there's something out of the ordinary? Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway. I can't reach that latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
All right, Rollo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed.
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this is my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standings. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey. Let me just yank on this random teacup.
As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
It seems like your gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only 2 types of people have secret layers. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So which do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiration vibe. Oh wow. It's conspiratorial? Yeah. Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping into conclusions.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad. It looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was
Luca
a doctor?
nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you going to read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dean's documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Well, I had no idea you were in the presence of a preeminent scholar in Dean's documents and cheeseburgers. By all
He
means,
stopped at a
proceed.
page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up experimentation of Terence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from
Rollo
Joseph.
looked up with heightened surprise.
See, creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name.
Rollo's
Wait,
finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margin. Mr. Wilby claims to tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental? Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something else.
Rollo scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help it. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terence's condition follows close behind. Exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own
Luca,
hands.
staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say
Rollo
next?
rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is BS.
Luca slammed the drawer shut.
What do we have here? Barrels marked caution explosive. And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of ancillary jam is your gran making? She wouldn't have made me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find out.
Casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar and ink. What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo
Aha.
offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
Gross. It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A jam gran. It says last night I used the disguise Heiress provided to the scout of the location. Last night I used the disguise Heiress provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Spark Plug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here. Okay.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Your gran is a serial killer? Because I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she just tracking the movements of everyone in town, out of kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mum's are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine's has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr that has a bullseye. The killer has chosen their next victim. We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looks like a treasure map. Not every map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault their logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance of town. And if we follow it...
Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger.
It leads right
He
to...
jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square. That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rollo, doesn't that look like... That doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that map has the same symbols as those explosives over there. So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rollo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Gulp. Did you say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the centre of town. She's going to blow up the festival. Not if we stop it. What was
Luca
that?
looked up from the map.
What was that? No, I heard it too. It was the front door, which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall.
Yeah, scary.
Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello.
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
Three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump. Thump.
I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm just here to help. Just...
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh? Guess it's
Rolo
nothing.
shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rolo, don't.
It was too late. Rolo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop.
With all his weight, Rolo tackled the man to the ground.
Rolo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone
From
there?
the dark corner, they saw something move.
I didn't know if I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rolo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rolo. He's knocked
As
out
Beck
cold.
flicked back on the light, Luca and Rolo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver?
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, something cop interrogation. Chill cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this. I just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell rung.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. It was all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? It's no one's fault, really. Rolo just got a little startled.
Rolo and
Rolo's
Beck
here?
emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, all right. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Just let me out of these ropes and I'll call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rolo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you just cut me loose, I can show you. How do we know we can trust
Mr.
you?
Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, Have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just, all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town. An archive of my dad's old disturbing patient notes.
Luca gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids
Luca
deserve
looked
an
again to Rollo
explanation.
and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This all makes sense
He
in time.
edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he...
You see, town has secrets, Luca. Very dark past
Before
indeed.
the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be
He
brought to...
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
Light.
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there and let the adults
They
handle
looked
this.
bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
Ah. Oh, we'll finish that one.
We certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Cool. So we tried the chill option. Sweet. There's no more options there. So now we're back to, where do we go? So we're going down this path here, and then there's also this path here. But since we kind of did the whole, like, rain, like, because this is solo, where he did it solo. So now we could either do the one where he goes with Rollo, and because Rollo disappeared, and then we had to make a decision. Rollo does turn back up. So is it something they need to all do together earlier in the story? Because in this story here, they didn't get together. They didn't all three of them didn't pair up until after this event. So I guess we'll do the Rumble. So we're going to skip a bit of the story here. Skip to where you left off. Oh, yay. We don't have to
Chapter
skip.
5.
This is where they yelled at the thunder.
Friendly feud.
And then they didn't go and talk to Rollo.
The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone. Not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Oh, this is different. Didn't remember seeing her. Hey, Dawn, tracking down a lead? You bet. I just heard juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a particular last will and testament. Particular how? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance, there were conditions. Like what? The document speculated that stipulated that hearers had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Solomon. Bingo. So Eris was forced to take care of him. Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it that old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains why Eris treats him the way Eris treats them. Poor Solomon. How did you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals her source, Luca. Okay. Do I need to investigate the gate? Or the bushes? No. I gotta get to the treehouse. Oh, it's definitely getting to be interesting, right? Excuse me, what are you doing? Just locking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit and it is getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes. Yes, sir, very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because there was little rainstorm and we got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then it's decided. Yes, sir, we'll work until the task is done. See that you do. A harvest awaits. Interesting. Rolo, you stop there? I'm sorry, Rolo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason? I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little
Rolo
late.
scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar! You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad and I got really worried, so I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No way. The storm rolled out of nowhere. And I got stuck there after the dinner at Beck's.
Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she had made a friend. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rolo. You know, while I was waiting, I made up some upgrades to the mission control. It was going to be a surprise, but you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you, but I kept my word, because that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say, your grand doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you like, you can stay out as long as you want. And you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this. If that's not what you think, then maybe you're the bad
Rolo's
friend.
tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa is right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your Pa's nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pa is still around.
The words hung in the cold night air. Rolo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line, but it was too late.
Luca, good night, Rolo. Dang it. Oh, well.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Rolo. What a jerk. Call me a bad friend. Oh, I'm Rolo. Look at me. My amazing family. This is so cute. I'm just wondering, waiting for something to happen, right? Just kicking the ball. Can I go out? If Rolo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he can shove it. Okay. Very angry. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Weep. Luca?
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. I just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay. I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I gotta run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
I bet Rolo's still gonna do the festival. He's gonna be miserable. So funny. I don't know, I'm just having fun kicking the ball. Okay, let's move on.
Luca dozed off again.
Luca, I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Just in case you're getting hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rolo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So, your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it would do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out.
He's so peed.
Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
If Rollo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he can shove it. There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first volume.
Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages.
Isn't it funny that one little argument between friends can really drive the friendship apart? And it's just whether they're willing to forgive and forget. And if they're not, that's usually the end, isn't it? But this explains it really, like this explores this thing really well. And it makes me think, I've had friendships like this where they've gone too far. They've said something out of line and I've just never talked to that friend again. Like I've never confronted them, or I returned their stuff that they gave me that I reminded me of them, so I just put it in a mailbox and sent it to them and just left it at that. Or they tried to call me about it, and I just never pick up. I never talk to them again. It just makes me think that, you know, it's just one little disagreement and one thing of harsh words traded, and you're willing just to give it all up sometimes. Like, you just feel so angry and you don't think about it. But it's really good. It explores that. And I feel like, I've done this before and I've sometimes never come back from it. Never been that friend again. But, you know, it really brings it in perspective. Now, let's go on.
He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Modwell. She said you met yesterday. What did she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice, yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table, in case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all, and allowed his weary eyes to close.
I feel like depression a bit, and anger, and then you don't want to talk to people because you know no matter what happens when you talk to people, you'll either have two options. One will be break down and just look like a fool and feel embarrassed, and the other option would be go off the handle and do something you'll regret forever. So it's like you just don't want to talk to anybody. You know, when I work, I sometimes get that way and I don't know what to do. Like, what do? You take a sick day. Usually I take a sick day, but you know, it's like sometimes you just can't face them. But it's funny. I love this game. So many emotions in such a simple game.
Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source. Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire, Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit, a cloud of torpid mist, escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Lucas staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only
Luca
Gran.
rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his Gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rolo thought about doesn't matter. But
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about my dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Now get your little butt out there of bed. The festival's today. If you don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like the opportunity to make amends with Rolo,
Luca
doesn't
gave
it?
a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologise. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Oh dear. Everything's better with corn dogs. Well, we don't have corn dogs here, so I never have a solution for these things, do I? I need to get going now. Got some last minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. Right. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6. Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
Ah, okay. What was up here? Oh, just the thingies that makes him sneeze. And his dad's grave. Such a pretty tree. Okay. There you are, Luca. Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
it? Sigh. A space adventure through you needed by it. A space adventure, though, you'll needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't. It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friends. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. What it is that went down between you two, squash it. Oh, that's a nice big sister. A space adventure. Though you needn't buy it, if ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Well, the quiet place was over there, right? Hey, the festival. Oh man, we're gonna do lots of talking. Oh yes, lots of talking. My God. I don't mind me. I'm just warming up the big ceremony
Mr. Kerr
speech.
pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta be limber for the old grab box. You nervous? Oh heavens, no. Well, break a leg. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as a what? Exuvate. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. I'm sure they'll be out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. Ah, this guy. Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech. And the perennial harvest festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. I don't know who the perennial harvest thinks they are impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. Town's still falling apart. Where the weather's still cruddy. And this season's harvest looks like it's going to be the worst than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is going to change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fizz. I'm still going to be mad at them. But I'd rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. Okay, cool. I ain't moving. It's such a weird thing. Like, am I waiting for something to happen when I do this? I guess not.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey Jeff, everything alright? Huh? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. It ain't these days, you know. I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Funny. Haha, every single time. Yep. Wait for it. Unexplained sounds once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Okay. Okay, so where would his friend be? Should I go this way? A most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces in the foul harvest. I had my doubts about the perennial harvest, but I must admit, they do put on a nice party. Oh, I see, she's still pregnant, and she still has a baby carriage, so she's... The time when he helped his mum at the diner mustn't have been that long ago. But his dad was still alive, and he said that was 6 years ago. I'm confused. I thought he was only 10 years old. Anyway. He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens. This is no time for fractured friendships. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. I wanted to see what all this festival fuss is about. But I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Look, backpacks carry a lot more than just books. True. So what you got in there? Books. Of course it's still books. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. Yeah, that sounds suspicious. Wow, some big festival. Hi, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh,
Sorry,
nothing.
all became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Weird. We better talk to everybody though. Hey Luca, so you're done at the library, huh? Oh,
Griffin
nothing.
looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. Ah, library's where Rolo is. Did you know that the Beacon Pines is actually in a what? Uni Incorporated? A lot of people didn't know that. Yeah, wow, yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Sensors talking. Emergency services. Run away. He talking political. I don't want to listen. Okay, so Rolo will be at the library, which means we should go and investigate the treehouse first. Hey, why aren't you in the festival? Did you hear? After Mr. Kirk gives a big speech, they're going to have their first annual biggest catch competition. As long as a boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoe-in. Good luck. Ah yes, we might have new things to put in here. Let's have a look. Wow, we got a lot of new things. We got smack, we got cling, we got struggle.
Luca stuck a toy stretchy hand onto the hook. Those things always get dirty anyway.
Cool. Nice. Got lots of new things to put in here. Should we give it to Mum? She likes jewellery. That's a sweet thought, Buckaroo. But I'm not sure she'd fully appreciate a pond bracelet. We got some more.
Luca wrapped some tape around the hook. Hey, you never know.
What are we going to get this time? I got a bunch of big words written on it. Let's see that. We regret to inform you that your application for property rights with respect to the Beacon Pines CBD and surrounding area has been rejected. Who's that for? Applicant Valentine Estate. Good. Good.
Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond.
Ah. Oh, it gave me a fright. Malice 80 proof whiskey. Hard liquor for a hard man. Best leave that be. It takes a real piece of work to leave something like that lying around.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
We're getting quite a collection, but it looks like there's room for a lot more. Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures, if he had his way, property of Shaper Valentine would be written on everything in this town. Should we give it back to him? He may not even want it back. The man's got a continuous relationship with time. We'll need to keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. Well, I think that's everything again.
Luca gently baited. Good for skimming.
Nah, I'm all good. Cool. We can leave this memory again. We tried some new things. Now, I reckon that his friend won't be here. Rolo won't be here, I don't think. But we'll investigate everything. Just in case. Just hanging out, being cool. I think that's everything here though. Okay, nothing's new. Mission control. Okay, so it looks like we've got everything, we've checked out everything so far. Yeah, with these games here, I know in particular if you miss something, you might miss something quite important. Yawn. I've got a question for you. What do you think of this whole festival is for? The way I figure, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head is at. That was what I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossiping clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet, but whomever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. Can't open that door. Sorry, I coughed before. Didn't mean to cough. Okay, we've checked out most everything. So I think the library is where we need to go, but I'm gonna like look around first. Because I think if you miss something here, it could be like delay your story. Now it looks like we got everything. Okay, so this is the last thing left. Library, somewhere quiet. Hey,
Kato's
Luca.
eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. The first? Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rollo does go all out, doesn't
Kato
he?
straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Ahem. On planet Farpool, you may take issue. Where the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it to me to be verified. And I will decide you want a hint or offer you a standstill. Hey Jace, still working on the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon towards the end. Did you know Tank Atomic Shrinko Ray doesn't technically shrink stuff? It uses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around an object, leaving the object unaltered. So it just looks shrunk compared to the rest of everything else. Bingo. That's wild, but Jace, no spoilers please. Alright, sorry.
Luca grabbed the Modern Science of Atomic Radiation from the shelf.
Once you've got that book, you can either bring it here to me or just grab a different one. Oh, okay.
Luca grabbed Natural Photography, Volume 5 from the
So this will be to do with...
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4 from the shelf.
Okay, so we need to look at our clue. On the planet Farpool, you may take issue where the fifth king dies. You'll need a tissue.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5 from the shelf.
It will be this, right? But we will check the other
Luca
books.
grabbed The 5 Pillars of Success from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Issue with Self-Help, a helpful guide from the shelf. Luca grabbed 500 Meals for One Big Pot from the shelf.
Ah. Oh, okay. I can't re-investigate. 500 meals for one big pot? Nope, I'm afraid that's not the correct book. Here's a hint. The words I emphasize are important. On the planet Farpool, you may take issue with the fifth king dies. So it'd be the issue 5 of this stupid comic book. This one here, I think.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
It'll be this one. Ah,
Kato
you found
removed
it.
his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cyberpin. He used it to write secret message everywhere with that. And I only had a special flashlight, and only I had a special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rolo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift.
He continued flipping.
Only found in gulp. Oh, grub, cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift and grub cart. Griffin. Griffin's grub cart. He wants me to go Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Okay. Well, Griffin's down here, so it should be here. Hey Griffin, did Rollo
Before
come?
Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Brought and paid for, enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca
something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Oh yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted me to be sure to give it to you, that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He
Gross.
reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
nasty.
He shook
come
off the
on.
bits of corn dog to read the slip.
Pick up where you needed some pep. Near the fountain up the steep.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be the whole thing. Pick up when you need some prep near the fountain up the step. The coffee place. So the coffee place is near the fountain up the step. Yeah. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes
Louie
me one.
waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Yay, we got something new. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Take what takes flight but has no wings, your final task a friendship brings. Good luck, Luca. Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yep. Well then. I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here you've earned
Rollo
this.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Flight. Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Sorry. Now you apologize twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that happened with your mum and all, I always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know. When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rollo. Still my turn. I felt like you needed some new friend to help you. I meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk
Luca
now.
threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rollo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around and try and find some more info about your mum. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into the perennial harvest HQ while everyone is at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think we've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Oh well, there we go. Hey look, I got balloons. Yay. How funny. Can we look cool while we have balloons? Can still look cool while we got balloons. Okay. I can't do the fishing thing. Oh, yes I can. I was going to do the fishing thing and see if I've got those new badges for bait. No, nothing new.
Luca wrapped some tape. Hey, you never know.
Okay, no, nothing new. Let's go. Head to the treehouse with Rollo. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you
Rollo
this.
handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. I'll leave it.
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried everything I've done. I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
Yeah, it seems a bit final, doesn't it? What's up with the leader? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whatever you want. You know, I really didn't have to go to all... You didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologise. I know, but we'd be looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth. This was the best way for me to make sure that you still had a good time without me.
Luca was at a loss for words. But that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
No, what was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks.
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Wow, they're really blowing up everybody.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together.
Didn't expect that.
For the rest of time.
Wow.
The end.
Died again. Jeez. This game is pretty, like, harsh on its endings. Frozen in time.
No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't.
I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Wow. Didn't expect that. Oh, now we got another one here where we tied up the bookkeeper. Do we have any more? So this is when he goes alone. So alone so far lead up to here. We've now got hard. So I think the point of the game is that you have to do all the bad endings to get all the options to get the good endings. But wow, that was a harsh ending, man. What the hell? A nuclear bomb goes off, freezes everybody and kills everybody. Yay. And then the other one was down here where he got murdered. And we didn't see what happened here. And then the other one here was they got locked in a basement and left. And I guess the bomb went off as well. So there's some sort of bomb. At least we know that much now. There's some sort of bomb that goes off and will kill everybody. But why? Why did the grandmother do that? Like, because we know the gran has something to do with it. And also the shopkeeper, the one that's in that interrogation picture, also has something to do with it. And we know that the Valentine lady has something to do with it as well, the heiress. So it's a conspiracy, all right. But what do? Do we start going down this path, or should we finish off this path? Because I don't know if this path will lead to a good ending or a bad ending. But I mean, we could try. What are you guys feeling in chat? Are you still there? Because we can pick this up another time. Because I actually really like the story. I want to see more. Hard. I kind of... Oh, yes, because the only option was chilled interrogation. We didn't actually do anything else because we only had chill. But then we might get more options if we come down here as well. So we saw that strange was... tickle was... They splash your friend with the toxic goo. And strange was that bully falls in the toxic goo. So it's like either side looks pretty bad. I don't know now. I think we'll continue down this path. Do we have enough time? Yeah. We'll do the hard one and then call it a day at that once it gets up to the next turning point. So next time we have to make a decision after this, we'll call it a day on the stream. Because I actually really am interested in this story. Hard. Good cop, hard cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation.
I always thought it was bad cop.
Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Wow, Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr.
Beck and
Tolliver?
Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver.
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in
The
the
chair
world?
wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who? Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're
The
sweating.
doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
Not like amazed Rollo can actually do it. We can do this my way, or... Well, let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What? I don't
Mr.
even...
Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You tied me down, how on earth can I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, you're in cahoots with Gran?
Mr.
Gran?
Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
I'm gonna help her blow up the blow up the festival. Blow up the festival? Good
He
lord.
shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's heading to the source. The source? What's the source?
His
It's-
voice faded to a whisper.
It's where the town began, where it all began. What is Operation
With
Sparkplug?
that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? Is where the town began. We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It's just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluffs to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library? If there's any information about the source thing, Kato may help to find it. Let's go and get some answers. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? Hey, we got a new one, adorable. The picture of adorable doesn't suit though. That's more of a happy look. Adorable should be the big puppy eyes. Oh, Kato hung out here so much. Eventually, they gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Mrs. Novak sometimes. They go, "You're working for free?" It's quiet and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you and Rolo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be brought. Call it a personal code of consciousness. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing, we sort of don't know. What have you got on the history of the town? There's a country record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was first founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8.
Oh, this is the highest chapter we've achieved yet.
6 feet under, 3 towns over.
The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are going to pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm going to end up in one of these assassin death records. Rolo Cotter lived a full life, wonderful life, till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his
Rolo
ears.
shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be a boring country record that kills you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rolo muttered under his breath.
You're a country record. Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be a footnote in the history.
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait. What was that name, Beck? Oh, the obit... J. Hartford. From Brookville Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name, Jupiter Hartford. Maybe there's 2 J. Hartfords. Mrs. Hartford survived by her young daughter E. Hartford. My mum's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your gran is 6 feet under, 3 towns over, Then who am
The
I living
question
with?
hung in the air.
Ah, so his gran isn't his gran. Alright, gang, I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap. Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let us meet up early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep.
His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Tolliver
no.
was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from the bindings, and left without a trace.
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. I just need a little bit of brain
Luca
food.
rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
He
delayed.
flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. So Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver. I'm screwed. But if she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. Guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Okay, let's just have a look around, make sure there is nothing else. What's this? The boxing bag. Punching bag. Doesn't look like it does anything though. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool. Well, we've identified
As Luca
it's
climbed
not
the
as
final
Gran.
stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
The jam.
Luca groaned and tried to. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The germ. So it was poison. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Rest now, let me handle everything.
Chapter 9.
Wow. I don't think we've had chapter 9 yet.
A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival. Let's make sure I check everything. Wow, this is getting really interesting. We don't think I've had a chapter 9 yet. But I don't think this is the end because we've still got a bunch of storylines to explore. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret message for the conspiracy. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa, ho ho. Sly devil. Ah, we got a sly thing. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus got up to the podium. Everyone is gathered at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Him. Is this thing... Oh, hello, Beacons Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. Yeah. Even that's more than the old codger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was
William
I?
Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Oh, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful
Mr.
podium.
Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Committee, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at perennial harvests. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable and avoidable and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. But a simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know
He
what?
wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was a change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that people of this town, despite the suffering and great loss, still held on to things that made them
He thumped
special.
the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment. Change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match this day. Nothing more important to you all than community. And perennial harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest is an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each
His
other.
voice began to build to a crescendo.
And now we walk hand in hand into the future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin the day. Everyone remain calm. Okay, that must be the bomb, and we're about to see everyone freeze. So who's missing from the crowd? Just Gran. I think most of the other townspeople here. Oh, and the guy that was tied up in the basement, he's not here.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all my travels, I've learned one thing is true. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so, with a happy heart that could be, I can proclaim...
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Our harvest awaits. Okay.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end.
Yeah, his arms are raised in the air.
On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything. Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again.
No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again.
We're up to chapter 9.
Please.
Hey, look, we got another one open, didn't we? Oh, well. But I'm going to call it there anyway, because, you know, we could... It looks like it's a really long story of trying to find the right ending. But we're way back on this one. I'm really curious about... Like, that Sly one might actually be the end of the game, who knows? Or we could explore these ones, because we didn't really go further from here. But I'm probably going to leave that until next stream. I know it's a bit of a slow story and it's a bit quiet and peaceful and, you know, listening to all the story go on and things, it might make you feel a bit sleepy and things, but it's a really interesting story. So from what we can see, there's a bomb that goes off at the speech of the festival, and we need to help the kids work out what the bomb is and how to stop it from going off before then. But from what we just saw, it's nothing to do with the heiress, because the heiress was there at the speech. The only people that weren't at the speech was the Tolliver, Mr. Tolliver, and the Gran. And we've also discovered from the library book that Gran is a fake, because his real grandmother passed away like 4 years or 6 years ago. Yeah, 4 years ago, I think they said. 4? Yeah. 4 years ago, his gran passed away in a different city. So that means that she's not his family. But then she still says things like she loves him and she's doing what's best for him. So I really wonder what's going on there. But so far, they're the only people I noticed missing from that speech. So they're definitely tied into the story heavy. But I think next time we play, we'll go back and we'll investigate what we didn't do, which is these two. And at least until the next story plot line or the next choice happens. And then we can see, because I think that you probably need to dive down into each branch to open up the different things to get the true ending. Because in one of these bad endings, there'll be the badge that we need for the good ending. But yeah, it looks like we're about halfway maybe, looking at the page. So I think next time we play, we might beat it. We'll just have to go through and explore. But I hope you guys are having fun on this. I hope you guys are enjoying it. And can we save? We can go new game, but we won't do that. We'll come back in next time, and we will pick up from this point here, the hazardous hectoring, which looks like it's actually got a lot to go off as well. See, these ones here might all just be like nothing. This might just be another branch that ends here, and the true story might be down here. But we don't know, do we, until we play it all. So I am going to set up another stream for this, probably next week. And I reckon we go and explore what's happening down here. But yeah, as always, I really appreciate everyone coming in and enjoying a story with me. I hope you guys enjoy it too. And yeah, we'll get to the bottom. We'll try and get this story wrapped up without them dying or a bomb going off. And we'll see what we can get. It's good. I'm glad you're liking it. I know it's a bit slow and a lot of listening and reading, but we'll get through it and we can find out what it is, because we still don't know what the bomb is, but it's definitely taking... The bomb's exploding somewhere else. It's not in the town square, which is what they kind of indicated when they said the fountain had the bombs in it. Because we're at the fountain, I think. Or we're right next to it. But it's like a few seconds before the bomb actually hits everybody after the explosion. So, yeah, we'll have to work on that next time. But yeah, as always, thanks for joining. Like, subscribe, and I'll catch you in the next video. Tomorrow, same time, same place, different game. And we'll see you then. But yeah, have a good night, a good morning, or a good evening. And see you next time. Bye-bye.